Así es lo que... Ya.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back to the June 8th, 2021 Monterey County Board of Supervisors meeting. Madam Clerk, could you call the roll?
Sure. Let the record reflect Supervisor Adams is present in the board chambers with Supervisor Alejo, Supervisor Phillips, and Supervisor Lopez joining via Zoom, and Chair Supervisor Askew absent for some hours.
Thank you. And now if we could have the Spanish interpreter introduce services.
Buenas tardes, Jocelyn Martínez, intérprete español. Se les anuncia que hay interpretación en vivo disponible vía Zoom al pie de su pantalla. Si presiona el icono del mundo y selecciona el lenguaje español, tendrá acceso. En estos momentos, este servicio no está disponible para aquellos que llaman a la Junta. Gracias.
Thank you very much. And now we'll get right into the first item, which is item number 21, a briefing and update on COVID-19. And I believe we have Nick Chulos, who's going to be doing our presentation.
Thank you, Madam Chair and board members. We have two brief items for you this afternoon in the way of a COVID update. The first is a public health update from Dr. Moreno, and the second is a summary of the employee survey that was recently done by our HR department about county employees regarding COVID-19 related matters. And Catherine Crusade from our HR department will handle that item. So first it would be Dr. Moreno, Madam Chair, on public health.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Nick, and good afternoon, supervisors. Nick, can you see the first slide?
Yes, Dr. Moreno.
Okay, all right, great. So yeah, good afternoon. Ed Moreno, Monterey County Health Officer, Director of Public Health. This is a brief update. As far as the metrics that we're following here locally, the case rate is stable, positivity rate is low and stable. Hospital ICU beds have adequate capacity, and testing turnaround time on average continues to get quicker and quicker. And our vaccination rate among individuals 12 and older is about 63%. As far as California Blueprint, we are still participating in the Blueprint through June 15th. And this should have been announced today that our adjusted case rate for the county is 1.1, which is certainly less than the threshold of 2 to qualify for the yellow tier. And since our two positivity rates are also less than 2 falling into the yellow tier, the state should announce that we are assigned to the yellow tier for another week. And as a reminder, June 15th, the Blueprint will be retired, and the state will move forward with beyond the Blueprint, which will have essentially eliminated nearly all of the business sector guidance documents that our businesses have been following now for some time, and all that will be replaced by a series of guidance documents for business sectors and the community to follow. So we haven't seen anything yet from California Department of Public Health. I haven't seen anything, but hopefully we'll see something soon as we get closer to June 15th. As far as testing, I just want to remind residents that our testing information is on our website, and we have that available for review. And as far as vaccinations, we also have information on vaccine status here in Monterey County on our website. This is the link. We are continue to provide that information broken down by age group. And so for the population 12 and over, we have, again, about 63% overall of the population here in Monterey County has received at least one dose. And I'm very glad to see that our greatest risk population, those that are 65 and older, have really done a really good job. So I commend all of them for getting out and getting vaccinated. And I also want to thank all our the vaccine providers who went out of their way to help a population that may have some additional difficulties getting vaccinated, doing what they can to get this at-risk population in to get vaccinated, and reaching out and going to where these people live to get vaccinated. So it's all good. And we're really hoping we can get more of the newly eligible population, 12 to 17, vaccinated as soon as possible, hopefully before summer school and next school year begins. We're also showing the vaccination status by race, ethnicity, and we do have continue to see a need to continue to explore ways to understand what are some of the reasons and challenges that our African American community faces in getting vaccinated, and continue to provide opportunities and access for them to get vaccinated when they're ready to get vaccinated. And we also have this information on our website that shows how we're doing in terms of the proportion of different regions that have been vaccinated. And we continue to see that Salinas continues to do fairly well with 69% of the population vaccinated, and still more people getting vaccinated, and 68% of the Peninsula and Big Sur area getting vaccinated. And of course, more work to do in the North County and South County with our vaccine partners, and we in public health continue to find opportunities to send our staff out to some of these communities to provide vaccines as well. And that's it for my update, Nick. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Moreno. Madam Chair, if there are questions for Dr. Moreno, and then I'd like to ask Irma Ramirez-Bao to actually give context and introduction to the survey before Catherine speaks to it.
Let me just see. Are there any members of the board that have questions at this point?
Yes, Madam Chair, Supervisor Lopez here.
Yes.
Yeah, I just want to ask Dr. Moreno, in terms of everything we're going to see on the 15th and the changes, I've had a few folks in the community ask about schools. Is there anything you can share as just sort of an overarching message about what any of the changes that are coming on the 15th might look like for schools, if any, or are they going to continue with sort of a district by district decisions on some of those policies?
Good question, Supervisor Lopez. So what we've been told by the California Department of Public Health, specifically the state health officer and the state epidemiologist, is that there will be guidance documents. Actually, they're working on guidance documents now that will be in lieu of or in place of all the guidance documents that are sector-based right now. And there's, I think, three, memory serves me right, three in particular that will be coming out. One is for healthcare facilities, the other is for, I believe, congregate care facilities, congregate settings, and the third is for youth. And that third group, what we think is we'll be seeing is that will be a set of guidance documents that will provide for direction from the state on how to provide safe environments for our youth. And we think it's probably going to be it's going to include school settings, and we think it will include youth sports as well. So, but that's, again, we haven't seen anything in writing, but that's the way the conversations are going. I think we should be expecting some type of guidance coming out as close as possible to June 15th, so that the school districts in our county office of education can have that and look at that and try to do the best to implement, so we can, again, provide the safest environments for our kids when they return to school.
Thank you, Dr. Moreno.
Thank you, Dr. Moreno. Is there any member of the public who would like to ask a question at this point? Look to Semi to see if there's any member of the public. It sounds as if it's someone who is named Gary. And if you would like to speak, you can unmute yourself, and you have 3 minutes on the clock.
Hello, can the board hear me all right?
Yes, thank you.
Awesome. So my questions are for in the county, I'm only seeing that there's only 4 currently hospitalized COVID related patients. So I'm wondering, what is the actual emergency within Monterey County right now if there's only 4 people that are actually hospitalized within the whole county? Within the county, I believe it's a huge population compared to 4 people that are actually hospitalized. Now, with the confirmed cases that we're seeing out right now, I don't know how people are actually being tested for these confirmed cases when we're learning right now through the Dr. Fauci hearings that these PCR tests are actually proving a 90% false positive rating. So if people are going out getting tested and there's confirmed cases of these 90% false positives that are reading, how do we know exactly how many people are actually, being a threat in a way to, the rest of the community that they need to go get vaccinated? What I'm looking at right now for this 4 currently hospitalized cases is that in the beginning, this whole narrative changed within a year, which was the narrative was flattening the curve of ICU deaths, then to people showing as positive rates due to COVID, due to the positive PCR tests that we're learning through the Fauci hearings, and that they were improperly used out in the field. Now we're hearing that everyone needs to get vaccinated and show their vaccine information to participate in the structure of society. Not everyone can be vaccinated due to their health or for religious reasons. And right now what we're seeing from the employers is that OSHA and the EEOC state that their direction to employers from their websites is that they need to get their employees vaxxed. But they're not telling their employees they do have the right to refuse any or receiving any facts. So I'm not understanding why we're still pushing that everyone needs to be vaxxed in the county, or even for the kids that don't even have a high risk of even catching this. So what ultimately this does is that it allows businesses to medically discriminate to their employees and customers, period. And that's what these rules are setting people up for right now. So right now, OSHA and EEOC have put out that they're going to have lawsuits at the end of 2022 due to all the employees that are taking these vaccines that are not even proven to be out effectively through the emergency guidelines. They're just used through the emergency guidelines right now. And we want to see the real data of, what are these adverse effects that people are getting. I was just on VAERS website last week and it crashed due to 600 people or 600 deaths that they got an influx in one day. And there's over thousands and thousands of people that had adverse effects from this vaccine, and no one is telling people when they're receiving this the good and the bad that come with taking this vaccine. I believe that's also under Nuremberg law, that it's under consent, which is the first code of Nuremberg law. You have to give.
Thank you so much for your comments, Gary. You've exceeded your 3 minutes, and I appreciate very much your perspective. Thank you.
Thank you.
Semi, are there any other comments from the public?
I don't see any other hands raised via Zoom.
Okay, thank you. With that, we will bring it back. Any other comments from the board? Okay, seeing none. Mr. Chios, do you have anything you'd like to close with?
We'd like to now ask.
Thank you very much. I forgot. We've got a whole other item here. You can tell I'm a little rusty. And for those of you who may not have noticed, I am not Wendy Root Askew. Wendy's taking a bit of a break for an hour or so, and I'm Supervisor Adams, the Vice Chair, sitting in for today. Thank you. So I'll take it back to you, Nick, and then I think we have Irma.
Sure. Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, we'd like Irma Ramirez-Bao to introduce the next item of the employee survey. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Well, good afternoon, Chair and board members and members of the public who are here with us today. First and foremost, I want to say thank you to the health department who worked very closely with us particularly the employee wellness program, in rolling out this COVID-19 worksite survey. The survey was conducted to support county leaders in preparing the return for more employees to return back to the worksite. But we also need to be very cautious based on what we receive from Cal OSHA and their guidelines, as well as state guidelines. But with that said, Catherine is going to give you an overview of the results of the survey that is actually the county-wide survey from those statistical data that we've collected. So I'm going to have Maggie, who's going to support Catherine with the presentation.
Thank you, Ms. Powell.
Catherine, are you muted?
Catherine. You'll need to unmute yourself, Catherine.
Thank you. Thanks for your patience. Good afternoon, supervisors. So I was asked again to report on the countywide COVID-19 worksite survey results. I'm going to get right to it and give you a brief overview. So as Irma said, this was a collaboration between the Human Resources Department as well as the Employee Wellness Program team. And the survey launched, it was open from May 19th through the 26th. All departments, including Natividad, participated. And the survey was optional and it was also anonymous. And we communicated initially with our CEO, launching a countywide email with the survey link. It was an online survey. And for those that requested a hard copy version, they received that. We also had subsequent email reminders to department heads to encourage them, to encourage their team members to respond. And both Irma and myself sent out countywide email reminders. So we were able to achieve in an abbreviated time frame a 52.98% participation rate, which represents 2,888 employees. So I wanted to show you some of the results, give you an overview. So there was 12 questions, and question 1 had to do with the standing of those, the standing of the respondents, whether they were at the work site since the local declared emergency in March 2020, or if they had some type of telework arrangement. And we had close to 46% who were working at the work site, leaving a 54% who had some type of hybrid telework arrangement. So we had a good representation from both worksite and remote employees. Question 2 was really geared for those at the worksite and determining their satisfaction or how comfortable they were with the COVID-19 safety precautions. And as you can see, we had 67.17% of the respondents who indicated that they were very or somewhat comfortable. A little over 10% were neutral in the response, and 22.61% shared that they were very or somewhat uncomfortable. Question 3, when the time comes for employees to return to the workplace, I just want to move everyone. Okay, so when the time comes for employees to return to the workplace, survey respondents identified the following top concerns. So they had several options, and they were asked again to identify the top 3. I have the top 4. And number 1, the majority of people expressed concern with getting exposed to coronavirus at the work site. 2, a potential increase in the spread of coronavirus. 3, we had 2 categories. 1 was organizing childcare. 1 was leaving family members at home who need assistance. If we combine those 2 under the umbrella of caregiving, that came in as the 3rd top concern. And then 4th was face-to-face interaction with employees and customers. Question 4, this had to do with remote workers and asked for their preferred modality when it comes time to return to the work site. We had 1,666 remote workers respond to this question. And out of that number, 90% communicated to us that they want to continue with some type of either part-time or full-time remote work situation. When it comes time to return all employees to the workplace, with this one, we have 56.52% who are very or somewhat comfortable when it's time to return employees to the workplace. We had 31.34% who are very or somewhat uncomfortable, and the 12.14 who are neutral on this one. Question 6 had to do with the respondent satisfaction with department communication. And overall, we had 72% of survey respondents indicate that they are very or somewhat satisfied with the communication, which is a slight increase from last year's survey, which at that time was a 67% satisfaction rate. Question 7, for those that were fully vaccinated, we actually asked respondents to indicate if they were fully vaccinated, and we had 70%, it was actually 73.48% who indicated that they have been fully vaccinated. Question 8, so we had 771 respondents who indicated that they have not been fully vaccinated. And out of that group, 21.53% said yes, they do plan to get fully vaccinated. 11.41% said no, they do not plan to get vaccinated. 18.68% said they're undecided, and 48.38% prefer not to disclose. Number 9, this had to do with the comfort level of the respondent when it's time to return people back to the work site, and it has to do with the comfort level of being in the work site with someone who may not be fully vaccinated. And we have the majority of 49.48% of survey respondents indicating that they are very or somewhat uncomfortable being in the work site with someone who may not be fully vaccinated. 18.57% who are neutral on this, and 31.95% of survey respondents are very or somewhat comfortable. And I want to share with you that there were some questions that allowed for comments, and two of the most frequent comments that came up were concern around being at the work site with either employees or customers who have not been vaccinated, as well as concern over mask requirements. And then finally, number 10, according to survey respondents, the 3 most popular employee wellness program topics are stress management, mental wellness, and nutrition and healthy eating. And that was out of 19 options to choose from. Those were the top 3. So that is a brief summary. We have the countywide, and we're working on the department-specific survey results, and we'll be getting those out in the next couple of days to the department heads. So with that, does anybody have any questions for me?
Thank you very much, Catherine. In fact, I'll, as I ask the other board members for questions, I have one just to start. Can you tell me, were you pleased with the percentage of respondents that you received? Do you feel like you had a good cross-section of responses?
I was pleased, especially considering the fact that this was implemented in an abbreviated time period from May 19th through May 26th. Normally, our former employee engagement surveys would be at least 10 days where we would have the survey open for 10 days. We didn't have it open for that length of time. And even considering that, to have over a 50% response rate is excellent. And the fact that we had an ample representation from both employees at the work site as well as remote workers was also indicated a good response.
Thank you. Thanks very much. Are there any other board members that would like to ask a question at this point? I'm not seeing everyone, but I see no hands raised. Sammy, do you see any hands raised from the board?
I don't see any.
Okay, thank you very much for that. And then let's go out to the public and see if there's any member of the public that would like to comment on this or have questions.
I don't see any via Zoom.
Okay, thank you. I don't see anyone in the chambers wishing to stand up. Okay, great. With that, we'll bring it back to staff for a summary of the results or comments.
Yeah, Madam Chair, that concludes our brief COVID update for today, and unless board members have questions or direction you'd like to give.
Last call for any comments from the board. Seeing none, I'll just say thank you very much for the report. It was interesting, and I know it's going to give us as a board a lot of food for thought as we determine which way we go to come up with a solution for bringing people or for moving forward from COVID. Okay,
Thank
with that,
you.
thank you very
Thank
much.
you.
Thank you so much, Catherine. And now we will be going on to our next topic, and that is item number 22. And this topic is going to be receiving a presentation from A&D Norigi Consulting, LLC, regarding an operations update for Laguna Seca Recreation Area. And this is going to be a presentation by Mr. John Norigi. I do not know whether there are any additional staff comments to precede this, but my expectation is we can just move forward with Mr. Norigi. Looking for nodding heads here. So come on up, John. I think a lot of us have been looking forward to a presentation. We haven't seen you for a bit, so thank you for pulling this together for us. Let's see, is the microphone on?
I have it.
Let's try that again.
Madam Chair and supervisors and staff, I believe I have a presentation.
Okay, we need to have you speak closer to the mic. And then the question I have for anybody in the room is, do we have Mr. Norigi's presentation to bring forward? Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Sorry for the disarray here. We're going to see if we can't pull it back up.
No, this should be fine as long as someone can.
We can hear you. We can
Move
hear
it
you better
forward.
now. Just keep it close to your mouth and up a little bit, I think.
For sure.
Thank you. If I might be able to. Did you say you feel like it is on the agenda? You're going to be able to help us figure out how to get it from the agenda to the screen? Okay, it looks like we have magic fingers over here, taking things in hand. I'm so sorry that we don't have this set up for you here. I think I might even. Okay, here we go. There we go.
There we go.
There we go. Thank you so much.
So
Charles.
I will just ask for the slide to be changed. My narrative follows the slide, if you don't mind. Okay. Madam Chair and members of the board, thank you for allowing me the time to present a brief update on Laguna Seca Recreational Area. Since being awarded the contract on January 20th to operate Laguna Seca, it has been an interesting and challenging run. I believe at this point an objective evaluation from a business perspective has been completed. Given the impact of the pandemic and lack of spectators, certain areas remain for review. My firm has approached the business with a new mindset, understanding the failures of the past while retaining what was good. As the new team, we focused on the entire business while educating myself on the racing industry. I am one who prefers to collect information from others, developing my own professional opinion. I am thankful for the team that has been assembled, which consists of seasoned veterans from Laguna Seca, returning professionals, and new managers and associate veterans. The objective of the team was, from the beginning, was to implement a fresh culture and mission which would focus on the entire Laguna Seca recreational area as a business and not just a racetrack. The condition of Laguna Seca overall, which includes the track, park, auxiliary businesses, and support facilities, was found in dire need of repair, if not complete replacement. My intent of the operational update is that it will generate your interest as the Board of Supervisors in evaluating what the future may hold for Laguna Seca and WeatherTech and the racetrack, and your support of it financially based on its needs of the future, so it retains its value to the citizens of Monterey County based on its ability to generate a positive economic return with the business operation stabilizing financially. Given what was inherited by the team and the effects of the pandemic on all businesses, we remained focused on the mission with challenges and accomplishments noted in this presentation. Next slide, please. So there's the mission statement: to be outstanding stewards of the internationally iconic venue through an experienced, motivated, and unified team, building loyalty for and providing positive economic results to Monterey County and financial stability for Laguna Seca recreational area. Next screen, please. The team is as listed. That's the executive committee team made up of racing professionals from the racing industry, as well as the park. The culture statement, which is below: we are hardworking, positive individuals coming together to build an organization of integrity while maintaining the business. We are also the team that handles the 500-plus acre foot asset. The SWOT analysis, which is on the next page, the team spent considerable time on this exercise. Below are only the major key points to be considered. Strengths: iconic brand, Laguna Seca Raceway, WeatherTech, noted for its traditional road course and ranked high as a world-renowned track and home of the corkscrew by both the racing industry and fans, holds strong brand recognition. A massive piece of valuable property with tremendous upside. The weaknesses: noticeable aged facility with few modern amenities or facilities, both track and park. Given the county-owned asset, ability to operate and compete with the private sector becomes difficult for vendors, sponsors, and our guests. Processes required and the inability to react or deviate with business demands, which is required in the private business sector to compete. A recreational area park that has never been promoted as a separate entity. The threats: investments required to upgrade the entire facility, track operation, park, both short and long term. Competition already affecting the park and camping operation. Track facilities are viewed by all as outdated and in need of modernization. Belief, because it is Laguna Seca, that the demand for the track will remain without financial investment in the facility, a belief that is dangerous. Opportunities: if investment is made, opportunities will be achievable and mission will be fulfilled. Management, ownership, and others must work as a partnership and develop a long-term strategic plan dedicated to the same vision with obtainable goals. Continue to rebuild relationships with the community and key loyal parties dedicated to Laguna Seca. Entertain pursuing a bond measure that could support the financial investment required for the park. Work closely with other interest groups, such as the Laguna Seca Foundation, in assisting the county to secure necessary funds for the required capital improvements for the track. Continue to develop activities and events offered at the park that would be enjoyed by the community. events that are not related to track operations. Next slide, please. Given the SWOT exercise, the objective will be the focus. These objectives listed. Given the pandemic and its effect on the business, survival mode was enacted. Few objectives were allowed to be executed, thus remain as noted, and will continue to be pursued in 21 and 22. Next slide, please. I will be highlighting some of the achievements over the past year that's occurred at Laguna Seca. The team is proud to note the accomplishments as listed. Each addressed a challenge or existing negative effect on the business. Some of those key items are development in an in-house security department versus a contract service for less expense for the security of the park, addressing accounting issues, implementing controls with the addition of 2 finance professionals. We held community events, reintroducing the recreational area to the local community. We opened track rentals on June the 20th under strict protocols, hosting over 20,000 people in our paddock without any incidents regarding the pandemic. Refurbishing the Raceway store in look, product lines, and consistent representation on the website is still not, and on the website, it is still not resumed full operation. Updated the track rental department relating to brand collateral, rental process, policies, and rental procedures. Assumed the track operations personnel under A&D. Successfully contracted 7 events for the 21 season, completed 80+ service and vendors agreement, all required in order to operate, negotiated critical agreements at better terms. The Term 3 structure negotiated 50% less than the existing agreement annually. We hope to initiate new lifestyle activities at the 3 major events. The lingering effect of the pandemic on caterers and other vendors appears to be presenting even a challenge now in 21. Completed several maintenance projects by an in-house staff that have received positive comments from visitors. If you could, Mr. McKee, go ahead, keep going. Go to the last page of the achievements, if you would. So right there is a general list of general maintenance projects, none of which was done by outside contractors, all done by a retooled facilities department, all of which have shown and produced numerous improvements to the facility and also noted by visitors who have come on site to the park. The team there is very proud of the upgrades we've been able to make during the pandemic. Next slide, please. And here are some of it. You have the interior of the pit row garages, the exterior. We rebuilt the island trellis, the inside of the Raceway store. And that picture on the lower right corner is one of the graduations from 2020 when we held the high school graduations at Laguna Seca. Next slide. Laguna Seca Volunteer Association. This was a major project, if you will. Obviously, many are aware of what occurred. A 6-month process working with a core group of 6 very dedicated professionals with a love for Laguna Seca and racing, pure and simple. In that picture is myself with Lee Ames, the new president of the Laguna Seca Volunteer Association. One of the gentlemen that worked with me throughout 2020 to get the issue resolved and bring back the good and also build the new organization. It runs at 250 members. It's a nonprofit organization. We also have added 20 to 23 service clubs ready to come back and go to work for the betterment of Laguna Seca. For the first time ever, I hired a volunteer coordinator who will work closely with all these organizations to make sure we approach the season, our events, and our guests as one team. Without the volunteers, Laguna Seca could not survive. I want to thank the Laguna Seca Foundation, who financed all the legal expense of this new formation. It truly is a partnership amongst the various service organizations, the volunteer associations, the foundation, and the management team of Laguna Seca. Next slide, please. The Laguna Seca Raceway Foundation, their whole mission is really working on rebuilding the relationship and making sure, bringing awareness to Laguna Seca while procuring funding for divine capital projects to benefit Laguna Seca. Ross Merrill and I, who have known each other, are begun to rebuild that relationship that I believe was pretty much lost the last few years. Next slide, please. It's more than a racetrack, more than a park. Again, we are attempting to see what we can get accomplished in the pandemic. Very little happened in 2020 because all of those activities up there dealt with social gatherings, which we all are aware were not allowed. The 21-22 season will be the time to implement and test. The lingering challenges of staffing and uncertainty, those will remain a challenge for us. It paints the picture what I truly believe that Laguna Seca can become and how it can be used for other very specific activities other than running it strictly as a racetrack. Next slide, please. Campgrounds and the park. For those of you who can see that picture, I would say what an asset. The park, the campgrounds, the recreational area was forgotten. It was forgotten. It was even there, for the most part, strictly used just as a supplement to the racing business. To date, due to marketing aggressively as a separate business, revenue is up over 2019 year to date by 49%, with an increase in site rate by 20. That is just camping revenue and miscellaneous income. The results do not include, obviously, any events from 19 or 20 because there were none. Price of the sites still remain very low based on local competition. We also revamped the guest host volunteer positions with training, with a structure oversight by the accommodations managers. Sites are kept clean, landscape maintained, and guest services welcoming. We implement a comment card process with scores 4 out of 7 out of 5 from our guests that are staying on the sites. Next, please. Hospitality. Most people know the track as a place as it relates to hospitality and socializing as it relates to races. I think there's an additional customer out there, additional market that just needs to be marketed. With the state and county opening up shortly, we believe 21-22 will be an awesome trial year to attempt to see what we can do out there. Go-karts are one of the items that we have set up permanently, and we hope to get those up and running by Moto America. Marketing communications. Next slide, please. Key is a younger market expanding into new. The main focus using recognizable channels in the multicultural markets. Much discussion on increasing attendance. 19 was well below 18. For 21, ticket pricing was reduced by 15 to 25% to attract additional purchases and provide relief and special benefit given the effects of the pandemic on all. Social media is now, the department is now supported by new professionals, producing excellent results in comparison to previous years, pacing well ahead of previous years, up 31 to 40% in views, unique visits, and total time on our site. That is the new wave of marketing and advertising for any business these days. Sales and sponsorship. Next slide, please. Keep going. Next slide, Charles. Next slide. One more. These are some numbers. Steve Fields, a veteran of the track and the Senior Vice President of Sales and Sponsorship for the track in the industry. He has found that the auto industry was also hit extremely hard from the pandemic. From sponsorship, activation, vendors, and hospitality sales, no area went untouched during the last 15 months. The goals for 21, which are noted, are aggressive, but recently with the notice of California reopening, we all remain optimistic in achieving those goals. One of the additions on the bottom is aggressively pursuing OEM programs for the 21-22 budget. Economic impact, please. This is really an area that really needs to be looked at as it relates to what Laguna Seca Recreational Area can do for Monterey County. I don't believe that the track and the park should be reviewed by its events or just the bottom line of what the money is that it generates, but what it generates into the local community. In 2019, Premier Events produced $116 million in direct spend, $2.6 million in Monterey County tax generated. This was all generated by only 7 Premier Events. There was no tracking of the track rental business that runs literally daily, park occupancy, or other events such as the Sea Otter Classic, which is a facility rental. But these benefits and what it generates in economics for the county is extremely important. Next slide, please. Finance. All reported financial results are unaudited with information provided by county finance. Since January of 20, the management fee surplus is over $1 million that was returned or will be returned to the county due to furloughs, layoffs, and cutting staff back by 45%, not to mention the controlling of expenses during the pandemic. Track closed for 77 days and store remains with limited hours. Campsites availability were also limited and no spectator events allowed. All a major impact on the top line revenue. The board report, which was submitted, I am concerned with the increase of county allocations over the $1 million versus the 2020 budget. Majority generated in the cost plan and as informed mainly due to IT and the operational budget submitted by management. But although we were allotted that, we also have an additional $350,000 for IT expenses in our approved budget of 2021. The county allocation total was $1 million, now revised to be $1.9 million. Management is also not aware of the specifics that are included in the additional $960,000. Since 2018, the allocations were at $545,000 for 21-22. That number is now at $1,969,000, a 261% increase to Laguna Seca as a business. How does one evaluate a business on an annual basis regarding financial performance when allocated overhead is charged going back 2 years? A business should be evaluated on its annual performance and the operator allowed to be involved with discussions regarding such planned expenses. Laguna Seca needs to be reviewed on its operational merits annually. If you look at the operational results of just the business was positive. As of the end of May versus budget, 100% capacity, we're pacing 25% below budgeted revenue for the 21-22 season. At 50% capacity, we are pacing 30% ahead. IMSA tickets have yet to go on sale due to the agreement. The 100% capacity budget shows a positive return of business in 21 and 22 at $1.2 million after the 1.9 county allocation based on an estimated $22 million in sales. So we are projecting, if we're allowed to have spectators and we can push the capacity, to be profitable in 21-22. The real return and benefit of Laguna Seca, without question though, is that what is generated as a positive, generated into the local economy from an economic standpoint. Capital improvements. Next slides, please. Keep going. The list is only a portion of what was submitted as detailed write-ups for the needed CIP funding. These I do consider to be critical as noted. The track safety repairs was approved last week. As you can see, and this estimate here, start-finish bridge or an alternative based on inspections. The public address system replaced. Resurfacing of the track planned for 22 is discontinued due to COVID, but that is a desperate need. The track safety repairs were in fact approved. The radio replacement, 350 total for proper communication. New track cameras for use in race control to monitor track activity is also a need. These I view as critical projects that need to be looked at and addressed immediately. Because of the track repair, it's about $7 to $8 million in total needs right now. The track resurfacing is the big item at $4.8 to $5 million. In total, 13 projects were submitted with an estimate spend of $55 to $65 million. None of this is via formal bids. I do believe a master plan incorporating all of the Laguna Seca regarding upgrades is needed. Next slide, please. There's the season for 2021. We are excited to also mention that in early 22, there was a 6-week program, 100% electrical, the EIRA Championship, world's first electric junior Formula race series that will be at Laguna Seca for about a 6-week period. 100% electric cars, which appears to be obviously the tone of the future of where it is going. Closing. I am requesting a discussion be initiated with staff, elected, and management regarding the vision of Laguna Seca recreational area for the future and capital investment required based on the intended use for both the park and track. Evaluate potential funding sources for approval or needed projects for the 21-22 year as listed. Major expenses, obviously, with the need of this year is the resurfacing of the track that needs to get scheduled. I would like to thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to present. The team remains excited on what the future holds for Laguna Seca, and finally, the ability to entertain spectators, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much for your presentation. And we'll start with the board to see if there are any members of the board who have questions or comments for Mr. Narigi at this point. I'll turn to my colleague there, Semi, to see if there's anyone who has their hands raised. Supervisor Lopez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just wanted to check in with Mr. Narigi and ask a question in terms of the numbers that you showed up there as projected for this year. You did state that given the ability to reopen to consumers and reopen stores and the like on the property with maximizing visitorship, we would be able to turn a profit this year. And your projections there, do you have a range of what you estimate those potential revenues to be for this year, given the current status of the track?
Well, Supervisor Lopez, the budget for 21-22, the estimated revenue is in the $21 to $22 million range. And after all expenses, the estimated NOI comes in at about 1.2 million.
Right, and that is with your assumption that's with 100% capacity being allowed at the facility?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, I just wasn't clear on that. Thank you.
Are there any other board members with questions at this point?
Yeah, Madam Chair, I just want to make a comment. First of all, I want to recognize John Narigi's hard work during a difficult year. Obviously, a lot of the events not being able to take place right when he was coming in. but nonetheless, he's still focused on a lot of other needs of Laguna Seca, from policies and protocols to revamping and working with all the volunteers and rebuilding those relationships and getting us to a much better point than we were a year ago. So I want to really commend that work and some of the maintenance that has been done by the team. It hasn't gone unnoticed. So we want to really, first of all, thank the whole team for the progress made during a challenging year. But there's light at the end of the tunnel with the lineup of events that have been confirmed and are coming, and more to come. I know that on the next item, I'm certainly looking forward to that. But this is a world-renowned racetrack, and as Mr. Norigi pointed out, it does attract tourism and business and money into our regional economy. So that's always a great thing. And so I look forward to seeing how we can continue to support. I know in our budget we approved some items, but I know Mr. Norigi will come in the future to see how we could perhaps fund some other ones, including that new bridge we've been talking about for a long time that we haven't been able to get off the ground yet. But I know that's going to be one of those priority projects. As we want to continue to attract more events, we need to do some. I know at some point we need to do some of the basic maintenance, and I saw the report that even the repaving of the track we haven't done a redo since I think 2007. So that's like 14 years. So I just want to recognize those needs that are there, and then I know we can't do everything overnight, but gradually, as we have resources to be able to make those needed investments, some of those we don't have a choice, as they're part of the safety protocols, and we won't bring more events unless we do some of that basic maintenance at our facility there. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Alejo. Supervisor Phillips, do you have your hand up? I just saw your face here.
Thank you, Madam Chair, or Madam Acting Chair. I concur with the comments made by Supervisor Alejo, and obviously it's been a tremendous year for you, year and a half to have to manage this, and you've done it well. But looking at the idea of the master plan, and I know we've looked at these things, the campgrounds and the other things that you're trying to get innovative about. What do you think a master plan would cost us?
Well, I think, first of all, a scope of work or a vision would need to be developed, Supervisor. And then I'm assuming a master plan for such a major park would not be inexpensive at all. You're probably talking in the $100,000 to $200,000 range, and that might be in the low end. I have approached a landscape architect who is local, who has worked for governmental agencies regarding parks and campsite. And obviously, I've also had conversation, as has Mr. Woods, with an architecture firm in the city of Monterey that has done some work in a new hospitality building and the start-finish bridge. So again, I am looking for some direction, a common vision, if you will, before just stepping out and attempting to take a look at some of these major projects.
Yeah, it appears to me that as much of TOT that track brings in for us and everything, we well might be able to justify funding a master plan under ARPA economic stimulus. Was my thought in preparation for whether we're going to go out for a bonding for. And I know Dwayne.
We've lost you, Supervisor Phillips. I hear no palm trees in the background. So I'll go ahead and, as he tries to reconnect, I will ask a question myself. The projects that you have included in the CIP, are those in priority order?
Yes, they are. I think a couple of those items are very much priorities. The track cameras, most definitely. The PA system, it's old and tired. It's just to begin the process of a new design. We have got to get scheduled the track resurfacing. That's not something we can do 2 months out. The bid on that actually is a 2020 pretty close estimate done by Juan Mesa of the county. So that's very much a solid number. But those items I would consider to be priorities in the next 1 to 2 years, yes.
And so, forgive me, but are you saying that? Can you tell me what all of those that are listed in the CIP? What is the total of those projects?
The ones that also are not on that in my presentation, Supervisor, my estimate it's about $60 to $70 million.
Okay, thank you.
But that includes the recreational area as a total asset, including the park and track facilities.
Okay. Let me see if there are any other board members who wish to ask questions, and then we'll take it out to the public. Any other board members? Do you see anyone's hands raised, Semi? Supervisor Phillips, I see you're back. Had you completed your questions at this point?
Well, the other thing is I really want to see us do what he's talking about and developing the other areas of the campgrounds that they're in dire need, and it's probably the greatest campground we have in the whole county, and it hasn't been utilized and hasn't been maintained like it should have been. So I'm excited to see how we would get behind this and see the county do what we can, whether it's through a bond or how other ways we can raise the money to make the place what it should be. Thank you.
Super. So why don't we go out to the public now to see if there are any members of the public that wish to make comment. And I will start with those who are in the chambers. So I see several people collected here. Is anybody willing to speak? And if you can just state your name, and I think we will have a timer on.
Good afternoon.
And we'll have
Supervisor Adams. My name is Ross Merrill, and I'm the president of the Laguna Seca Raceway Foundation.
Thank you for being with us today.
Thank you for having me. Mr. Gerard, good to see you. Charles McKee, good to see you. And the supervisors online, thank you for giving me this opportunity. Everybody hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. Again, thank you for the opportunity to address the board today regarding Laguna Seca Raceway area, the recreational area. I'm a third-generation Monterey County resident, an agribusiness owner, and I've lived within earshot of Laguna Seca for my entire life. I've long been a supporter of the raceway as a spectator and as a racing participant, having seen the facility's evolution over the years from both a visitor and a user perspective. I'm also the president of Laguna Seca Raceway Foundation, and have worked closely with John Narigi recently to help build important partnerships together with the foundation and the new volunteer association for the benefit of the facility and ultimately the community of Monterey County. It's well documented that the Laguna Seca Raceway is a world-class racetrack that is surrounded by a substandard facility due to a long history of deferred maintenance. The entire park is in dire need of significant investment, both in basic infrastructure and important upgrades, to be able to provide the visitor experience equal to the standard found not only at other facilities of its kind, but also to the standard that is found at other venues throughout the Monterey Peninsula. In addition to professional racing, the future of motorsports facilities, for the most part, will be built around lifestyle events and festivals that feature vintage racing, featured mark events, and manufacturer demonstrations that showcase advancing automotive technology such as EV racing and high-end supercars. The Porsche Rennsport Reunion is a good example of the type of event that celebrates historic racing together with new cutting-edge technology in an elevated atmosphere that draws visitors and their dollars in from all over the world to the Monterey area. Porsche has hosted 3 consecutive Rennsport reunion events that were very successful at Laguna, but they are looking elsewhere now to relocate their 2023 event due to the substandard conditions at Laguna Seca. This is but one example of an important economic partnership that Laguna Seca needs to maintain going forward to remain relevant in the motorsports industry of tomorrow, and one that hinges on the condition and quality of the venue itself. Laguna Seca Raceway enjoys a truly unique combination of ingredients that make it a very special motorsport venue and worthy of the needed investment. The long racing history, charisma, good weather, proximity to world-class amenities of the Monterey Peninsula available to visitors right outside the fence. Resources from our own hospitality and agriculture industries, plus Silicon Valley, are just within close reach, making Laguna Seca a perfect location and an ideal partner for hosting these type of events. But the park is tired. It's run down.
We're going to have you wrap up your comments at this point. Thank you.
The facility is run down and desperate need of improvement and revitalization. With proper investment in the facility, Laguna Seca could be positioned to take advantage of the future motorsport industry trends and will provide a return on the investment to the community of Monterey County. I urge you to consider the future investment of the Laguna Seca racing area an important economic engine that it represents to the entire community.
Thank you so much, and we have your remarks here as well.
Okay.
Thank you very much for your presentation.
Any questions?
I think I'll hear other public comments, and then if there are questions that are directed specifically to you, we'll call you back up.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any more members of the public who are present in the chambers who wish to make comment today? Okay, and then we'll see, are there people in Zoom?
I do see Frank Geisler. I'm going to allow you to unmute yourself.
Thank you. I think we have Frank Geisler.
So good afternoon, Madam Chair and Supervisor and staff. My name is Frank Geisler. I'm the President and CEO of the Monterey Peninsula Chamber of Commerce. And the Monterey Peninsula Chamber's relationship with Laguna Seca is not new. It goes back to 1957 when the track was just an idea. In fact, the U.S. Army dealt initially with the chamber because the individual who formed SCRAMP were not yet recognized as an organization. So our history goes way back. So we believe that the Laguna Seca Park can be so much more than what it is today, that being an offsite venue for the community to enjoy, and also for additional events that could be hosted there. I believe that this is a time to be investing into the park and not necessarily taking away dollars from our local businesses that are trying to rebuild from a very difficult pandemic. So the economic impact in the region is paramount, and our businesses rely on tourism and on big crowds coming to the county, and those who do that stay more than one night. So from my vantage point, Laguna Seca brings in more overnight visitors than any other business. So I'm also a taxpayer and one of the owners of Laguna Seca, such as each one of you is. So I want to see the Sea Otter Classic IndyCar, the daily track rentals, the campground, everything that occurs at Laguna Seca. I want to see that flourish and succeed. The community feels that it's on a positive upswing with the new management and with a culture to work with community leaders and to utilize the rec area for more events than just a racetrack. It's now time to invest in it. It will be good for the county, good for businesses on the peninsula, and good for the community at large. So I urge you to support the direction that the General Manager Narigi is asking, and to consider investment in this facility that represents so much for our community. Those are my comments. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Geisler. Any other members of the public on Zoom?
I see any other members via Zoom.
Okay. Thank you very much, Semi. I'll bring it back to the board for any final questions or comments on this. I'm looking to see if I see any hands raised. No hands raised?
No hands raised.
Thank you. I'll make a few comments on my own then, in the hopes that everybody can hear me. I think Laguna Seca Raceway, or the recreation area, I should say, more so than the raceway, including the raceway, is an international destination in Monterey County. We're known for Car Week, among many other events, and the unique raceway located in our county is a driving, sorry for the pun, driving factor of tourism. I think more than just being a jewel in the crown of Monterey County and Monterey County's entertainment and hospitality areas, the track itself and Laguna Seca itself is much more simply the crown itself, much like the beautiful scenery that we have and our gorgeous natural amenities that we have. All of our districts in Monterey County, all of our districts benefit from Laguna Seca, whether it's the workers in the hospitality industry, whether it's small businesses like gas stations and car detailers, to grocery stores and restaurants. All of us benefit from the things that happen at Laguna Seca. 82% of the attendees at Laguna Seca are from out of the area, and polling shows that 72% of them would return on untracked related visits. I'm pleased to see that the objectives expand outside of the realm of the raceway to include family-friendly activities and improvement to parking and camping. As we started to discuss last week, we are learning that this facility is suffering from deferred maintenance. There are a number of unfunded projects for Laguna Seca in the CIP that we should take a serious look at when we approve the CIP later this month and talk about what funding options we might consider. I know we had mentioned the word bonding, which had come forward, and I know we've talked just sort of in general about a bond, looking toward a bond for all of the park system of Monterey County, and this would certainly be an excellent place for us to look. I want to appreciate John Narigi for taking on the Laguna Seca project. I thank you for your presentation today. What you have pulled together in one of the most challenging set of circumstances, the pandemic, coming into a situation where there was so much cleanup that needed to be done, is a real tribute to your deft hand and your experience. And I thank you very much for everything that you have done. And I know you have a vision for what we want to see at Laguna Seca, and I know you're looking toward us as the board to provide additional vision for that. Our goal today, however, is to receive the presentation, which we will do. I'm very thankful that my colleagues have all been able to see this, and I'm happy that they had questions as well. With that, I will close this item. Yes.
Madam Chair, can I?
Yes.
Yeah, I just don't think, and I know our county has been focused on COVID and the other thing, but I know our focus had to be there, but I don't think our county has given the support to Laguna Seca that it should have in the past. And if we don't do that, we're going to lose the support of the Laguna Seca Foundation and the other one. So I think it's important that we take a hard look at this and see what we can do to be more supportive of a great asset. Thank you.
Thank you. I really appreciate your comments, Supervisor Phillips, and I absolutely echo it. I think we're well positioned at this point to make either a really good decision or a poor decision on what we want to do going forward. And my hope is that with the support of a number of us on the board, we'll be able to move forward and really help build Laguna Seca, or perhaps I should say rebuild Laguna Seca into the absolute fabulous place that it can be. So again, I thank you for the presentation. And with that, I'm going to close item 22 rather, and go into item 23, which is also a Laguna Seca item. And now we're going to receive a report and a presentation from Mr. Narigi and provide direction authorizing the County Administrative Officer or his designee to sign a 3-year agreement with International Motorsports Association, LLC, called IMSA, to hold the Monterey Sports Car Championship at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca during the years 2021 through 2023 for an amount not to exceed $1.4 million. And with that, I will turn it back to you, Mr. Narigi.
Excuse me. Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board, Les and Charles. And Charles, no PowerPoint this time, so we won't be doing that again.
Just getting good at this. Another little thing, another arrow to add to his quiver.
I submitted a board report, and I think it clearly defines what is intended here. IMSA has been a part of Laguna Seca for a number of years, and I'm asking, as Madam Chair stated, a new agreement for 2021 through the 2023 season, a cost not to exceed 1.45. I'd like to give a little background to this. Originally, this particular series did run in the spring. And looking back at the records that I could find at the track, in the spring, their attendance was strong. Over a three-year period, attendance averaged about 45,000. Then it was moved to the fall, and last year in 2019, it was a fall event back-to-back with Indy. And attendance dropped fairly drastically down to around 37,000 only. Financially in 2019, it was a bit difficult. But again, I need to stress, number one, I kind of brought it up in my overview. How do you account for events at Laguna Seca? It's done by a governmental system of accounting. So you look at an event, and the event basis on its merits makes money. Once the allocations come true, it shows a negative. I think how Laguna Seca has to be looked at is over a 12-month period, how you evaluate a normal business, and not by these separated events and these separated departments. The sanctioning fee, there is no increase to it. In fact, for 21, it's below what it was to have been at 500,000 at 450. I also want to comment that IMSA in 2020 negotiated the deal and cut their sanctioning fee in half when they came and just ran as a race, which was that there was no requirement by the agreement to have them to do that. As the numbers show in the report shows, the gross revenue projected for this event over a three-year period is 5.7 million. The NOI before allocation is about 635,000 positive. Once you get hit with the allocated expenses, it becomes over a three-year period about a negative 560. But the economic impact, when in 19 it produced about 7.1 million in economic impact, easily covers those bases. The other important item to note, it is televised through NBC, nationwide, and affiliate channels. WeatherTech, your title sponsor at the racetrack for $1 million a year, is a major supporter of the IMSA series, not to mention several teams, as is Lexus, your car sponsorship. Between the two, that's close to $1.4 million a year that they are spending without any form of racing towards Laguna Seca and its activities. We also have a title sponsor lined up from 2020 going into 21, Hyundai at $240,000 as long as this agreement is signed. Someone might ask me, well, what do you think, John? You're going to be able to make some money off this? Yes, we are. Sadly, I have not seen a spectator event since I took over WeatherTech. We have focused drastically on cost controls and pushing revenues, as my report showed, as it relates to social media, discounting ticket prices, and a few other type items. We can be, if spectators do come back, and we are allowed 100% capacity, I do see a very bright future. So I am formally requesting that the board does approve this three-year agreement for the IMSA race to take place this September. There was a comment in the board report concerned about ticket sales. Well, since there's no active agreement, we have not been able to sell tickets as of yet. We do have about 97,000 in the bank from ticket sales from 2020 that obviously people didn't ask for refunds or returns when the event was canceled last week due to the COVID pandemic. So I'm happy to answer any questions, but I would appreciate your consideration in approving this agreement between the County of Monterey and IMSA. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your presentation. Why don't you stay in case we have questions? And I do have one. Just looking through the contract, is there any kind of a contractual update should there be the necessity to cancel the event because of the COVID-19 surge? Is there any comments about COVID-19 in the contract itself?
Yes, actually, maybe Mr. Gerard should answer this. I believe there is language now in those agreements as it deals with COVID. For 20, there was no language. And so the negotiations was between me and the president of IMSA.
Okay, thank you. I don't know if you want to comment on that or not, Mr. Counsel.
It's been a while since I've looked at the agreement. I can scan it real quickly, but generally speaking, there's a force majeure provision that allows either party to cancel events or nullify the contract if conditions outside of their control prevent the event from happening. Now, a resurgence of COVID-19 might not stop the event, but it might stop spectators from attending. So that's something we would probably take up. I'm sure that IMSA would want to run the event because they make arrangements to televise it, and it's part of their national series. So we probably entertain negotiations with IMSA that might modify the economics of the deal.
Thank you.
How it was negotiated last year to the 50% mark without spectators, supervisors. So they were very willing to discuss that exact topic.
Great, good. Well, let me see if my colleagues on Zoom have any questions. Any supervisor who has any questions on this item for Mr. Narici at this point?
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I would just express my support. IMSA is one of those premier events every year that I think that our local fan base look forward to attending, and certainly many visitors from all over the country, and certainly to get national coverage for this racing event on one of the main networks. It's certainly, I think, imperative to continue to support it among our portfolio of different big item events that come to Monterey County. So with that, I'd like to move to approve staff's recommendation.
Thank you for your remarks, and we will take your motion up after we get comments from the public. Any other member of the board that wishes to have any questions at this point? Seeing none, we'll go out to the public. Any members of the public?
Just raise his hand.
Oh, Supervisor Phillips, there you are. I think it
Yeah,
must
I
be the white
concur
time. I'm slow on the draw here.
Yeah, I concur in the comments of Supervisor Leo. It's IMSN is a big deal, and it generates a lot of TOT for us, as well as visibility. So I second his motion when the time is appropriate. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor. Any other supervisors? Seeing none, are there any members of the public that wish to comment on this? Yes, please come forward. Thank you.
There's 1B assumed.
Madam Supervisor and Supervisors, my name is Steve Fields. I am president of All Field Sports, the agency of record for business development on behalf of the county and WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. And I just want to say that the IMSA event, it has been one of our strongest and best performing events that we hold year in and year out historically. And even though we haven't had a chance to have tickets on sale for the last 8 months, which we normally would, corporate sponsorships are almost at our goal already with 3 months left. We are just short, but we fully expect to go well beyond that. In addition, the WeatherTech relationship and the Lexus relationship are primarily tied to this event. They are both incredible supporters for that series. WeatherTech has its name on the series itself, on the primary race, and their association with our racetrack is due in large part to their participation in that event. So I know that you have confidence in what we're doing out there and where we are going to be from a financial level at this event once we get tickets on sale, both this year and in the long term. So I appreciate your consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fields. Any other member of the public? Yes?
Madam Chair, Supervisors, my name is Barry Tepke. I'm Director of Heritage Events and Public Relations out at WeatherTech Raceway, Laguna Seca. While others are talking about the economic impact and local businesses, et cetera, which are critical points, I want to talk about the reputation of the county, the Laguna Seca Recreation Area, and our community. Race teams, sponsors, international media, and fans enjoy coming to Monterey. They anticipate a very high level of service from a world-caliber racetrack, hotels, and restaurants. When I returned in February of 2020, we began fighting the turnaround, the tide of negativity, and within the community and motorsports world into positivity and optimism. And IMSA played a key part of that turnaround by still running the race last year without spectators. They could easily have walked away and canceled the race, but they came and chose to support Monterey. IMSA is not just a 4-day event weekend either. Automakers take note of the race times to do benchmarking for their own production cars. A prime example is Lucid and Tesla, two electric car makers who continually prefer Laguna Seca over any other place to test new features, jockey for lap records to validate their EV performance. And their times are frequently measured against IMSA production-based cars. The IMSA series is not just about the cars, though. It's about the drivers. Just last night, we hosted a luxury lifestyle magazine who had 80 business leaders participating in a rally, and one of the first questions they asked of me was, has Helio Castroneves, who was on Dancing with the Stars, ever raced here? Which he did with the IMSA series. This is the same reason track runners come here, to enjoy Laguna Seca, to enjoy coming into Monterey. And we're to be able to drive past where past legends are driven and where current race car drivers are driving. I encourage you to improve the IMSA race in September so we can continue building upon the strong relationship for our community and the businesses. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Topke. Any other members of the public? And I think on Zoom we have
Rob O'Keefe on Zoom.
Thank you.
I'll allow him to unmute himself now.
Thank you, Rob. I think you should be unmuted by now.
Hopefully I am.
Here you are.
All right. Well, thank you. Good afternoon, Supervisors. I'm Rob O'Keefe, the President and CEO of the Monterey County Convention and Visitors Bureau. And I wanted to point out something that I think should be obvious, but has further implications. Laguna Seca and races like IMSA and the other races that take place are the #1 attraction for creating energy and excitement about our destination. It's the only attraction in Monterey County that provides a worldwide excitement, promoting the vibrancy of our community. And for reasons stated earlier, events like and races like IMSA put that energy on display for a worldwide audience. It's not just the economic impact that IMSA and other races and events generate at Laguna Seca. It's beyond that. IMSA events are promoted, and as was mentioned by John earlier, promoted and broadcast on NBC networks that extend across the country and actually around the world. And collectively, these broadcasts create valuable exposure to millions of viewers. So even if you're not here for the particular race, you have an opportunity to sample our destination and be encouraged to come here later. This creates free advertising worth many millions of dollars to promote with promotion at a dollar level that we might not be able to afford ourselves. The saying of heads and beds also applies to IMSA and Laguna Seca. Our county businesses need this shot in the arm that IMSA and Laguna Seca provides, and the promotional exposure on top of that is something we also need. So as we come out of COVID-19, our team at MCCVB will be working even harder with John's team at Laguna Seca to make such races and other events work harder to rebuild our hospitality community. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. O'Keefe. And I think we have one more comment from the public.
of John. You're able to unmute yourself now.
John?
Yes, this is John Doonan. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, we are. Thank you.
Wonderful. Good afternoon, everyone. Chair and all the other Board of Supervisors. My name is John Doonan, and I have the opportunity to serve as the president of IMSA, International Motorsports Association. I've been associated with sports car racing all my life, and previous to my role with IMSA, I had the opportunity to serve as the director of motorsport for Mazda. And as most of you all know, I had the opportunity as part of Mazda to serve in a role to work with Mazda Raceway Laguna Seca prior to WeatherTech coming in. The facility itself, but even more importantly, the entire Monterey Peninsula has a soft place in my heart. And as we, as a racing series now in my new role, survey our participants, survey our partners, WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca continues to come to the top of the pile as venues that our teams, our sponsors, our auto manufacturers wish to participate at each and every year. We were so pleased to be able to come last October, despite the recasting of the schedule. We're pleased to come this September, pending your approval today. And as John Narigi pointed out, move to a spring date that we can gain date equity in for coming years. I've been participating in race events at Laguna Seca in the IMSA Championship for nearly 20 years. It is a long-standing relationship, and it's also a lot of shared partners. Mr. Fields mentioned WeatherTech, Lexus, Hyundai. We share a lot of the same partners. We have 18 auto manufacturer partners that, as Mr. Tepke mentioned, use the facility for benchmarking of not only their race cars, but their road cars. And it is this tie-in between the road cars and racing that allows us to continue to operate a championship that is interested by NBC and their national broadcasts and their global broadcasts. And we're thrilled to be in partnership with the county as well as the facility. So thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to share. And we very much look forward to coming out to Monterey for many years to come.
Thank you so much, Mr. Doonan, and thank you for your unwavering support of Laguna Seca and Monterey County. It's really very much appreciated.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
I look forward to seeing you in September. Thank you.
Thank you.
And so, are there any other members of the public?
I do see Janine in our panelist list that has her hand raised.
Okay, Janine, if you are unmuted, could you please make your comments?
Sure. Good afternoon. Thank you, Supervisor Adams and the rest of the supervisors today. First of all, I'm here as the MCHA chair and speaking on behalf of, in favor of signing off on the IMSA agreement, like so many others have come before me today. You know, we talk about the amount of dollars that's driven by IMSA and all the other major events, but it really is a staggering amount of revenue that comes to the destination. And we've hit on the tangible parts, which is the transient occupancy tax and the sales tax, but we've also talked a little bit about the TV coverage that's shown around the world. And that's simply something we couldn't, in our wildest dreams, afford to do. You know, I've had the pleasure of traveling in Europe, and I've seen the races at Laguna Seca, and it's unbelievable to see the impact that it truly has around the world in the brand recognition. Many attribute Laguna Seca revenues being driven strictly to Monterey hotels, and that is true, but it's also true that Marina, Seaside, Salinas, all the other hotels, including campgrounds, benefit from the races at Laguna Seca. I also know that when I worked at Pebble Beach, that we also benefited from the races at Laguna Seca. You know, one of the things that that when I'm out of the area and I'm traveling and people ask me about Laguna Seca and ask me, what I think about it, I say, it's actually the most valuable hidden asset in Monterey County that's taken for granted by us. And I'm glad to hear today that you're talking about reinvesting it and taking that to the next level. If I had one wish, I would say repave that track as fast as you can. To say that it hasn't been repaved since 2007, and to think about the hundreds of thousands, probably even $1 million cars that are driving on that track, it's critical that that piece is taken care of sooner than later. And I know from running a hotel how much planning needs to go in doing something like that, any capital project. So Mr. Narigi is going to need some time to plan this and put it in between races. But again, I want to close on, again, our industry is excited to have IMSA back, and we encourage you to please sign off on that agreement, and let's get moving, returning our economy back. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Janine. Are there any other members of the public?
I don't see any additional members.
Thank you. Thanks very much, Semi. I'll bring it back to the board. I know that we have a motion and a second, and I'll just close the item. Are there any other comments from any other members of the board?
Supervisor Lopez.
Supervisor Lopez. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just wanted to state, growing up in a car dealing family, the track was a big part of my childhood, meaning events with my dad on weekends, especially in the glory days of the Corvette, selling Chevys. And so even during this pandemic, I think every time I've been lucky enough to spend time with him, the first question he asked me is, when are the races coming back and when are you going to take me to the races? So I'm happy to support this item today so that I can get him back to the races. But again, I appreciate everybody working together, collaborating, and bringing this forward with such a strong front of support. And I'm going to be happy to support this item today. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Lopez. I see no other board members, so I'll just say that I've been going out to the track for almost 50 years. I think probably a little bit more than that now. And I've seen everything from the Grateful Dead to the Pope at Laguna Seca, and a lot of car races in between, and it really matters to me a lot. I think that clearly it is the most important, most significant asset that the county owns within my district, and I think actually within the whole county. So it's extremely important that we continue, or at least start, to really look at this as the kind of asset that it is, and to have an overall investment program that we have so that we can support events throughout the year and move the track, get it back in the condition that it needs to be, but also really enhance the other parts of the recreation area, including the campsites and other things that could be added to the area that would make it an additional draws. So I think that this is just the most important thing that we've got on our agenda today, and I'm very happy that we have a motion and a second. And with that, Madam Clerk, I'll ask if you could please take a roll call vote.
Sure. Supervisor Alejo?
Supervisor Alejo?
Yes, it was my square was moving around, but I'm on. Yes, I'm a yes.
Thank you.
Supervisor Phillips?
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez?
Aye.
Supervisor Adams?
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Askew is absent.
Thank you so much. So the motion passes, and I'm very thankful for that. Thank you to everyone. Thank you guys so much for coming out, and thank you for the terrific presentations. It was wonderful. And with that, we will close item 23 and move right into item 24, which is to consider a preliminary analysis in response to board referral number 2021.08 to explore the potential of creating a Monterey County Broadband Joint Powers Agreement, or Joint Powers Authority, to facilitate regional governance, strategy, collaboration, and partnerships on expanding broadband access and closing the digital divide throughout Monterey County. And to provide us with that overview today, I expect that we will have Eric Chatham?
Yes.
Someone from the staff, and I expect it's Eric.
Yeah, can you hear me okay?
Yes, just perfectly. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you, Madam Chair. And good afternoon, everyone, members of the board, staff, and the public. I'm Eric Chatham. I'm the director of the Information Technology Department for the County of Monterey. I did want to just give a brief update on this broadband JPA referral number 2021.08 and some preliminary analysis. And then we have a couple of directional questions to ask at the end. This JPA, this referral, excuse me, was about potentially creating a Monterey County broadband joint powers of authority to expand broadband access and close the digital divide throughout the county, looking at equitable geographic representation with a priority for unserved, underserved, and disadvantaged communities. To date, we've done quite a bit of work already on connecting with different agencies, organizations. We looked at our Monterey County's Regional Emergency Dispatch Services JPA discussion that was held earlier in its current board configuration. We had discussions with the Monterey Bay Economic Partnership and the Central Coast Broadband Consortium, City of Salinas, and County Council. We also had discussions with outside counsel, Best and Krager, BB&K, who we use that are experts on broadband, cable, franchise, and JPAs. And then we just had a conversation yesterday evening, discussion with Riverside County on regional broadband and the work they have been doing down there. The topics that we discussed with these different organizations were looking at trying to identify sustainable broadband issues that a JPA aims to solve, identify community broadband operational models that can be sustained over time, look at different and appropriate governance structures and what's the best practice, and look for lessons learned from previous regional efforts to solve community broadband issues. So with this referral, one of the things we'd like to ask is consideration in us taking a look at several different governance structures. There's three that have shown up as being the most commonly used for doing this type of work. One is similar to what we have for our NGen organization, which is a broadband board with representation from public agencies, schools, and community partners. That board is set up with voting rights, and so they administer the program. The second is what we call a lightweight JPA, which includes public agencies and schools to contract and jointly exercise common powers and to work with community partners. But the funding for this is all handled by the organizations that attend to it. There's no separate funding. And the third one is a heavyweight JPA, which is actually one that there is employees that are inside that JPA, and it's set up as a separate legal entity. And we haven't come to a conclusion as to what might be the best fit here, because we'd still like to go out and talk to some more of the potential folks that would be part of this JPA, and then we'll come to that. And then the second request that we have is that we be able to come back to the board with the comprehensive analysis on July 20th, so that we miss some of the dates that are not where the board is not available. And with that, I'm open to questions. And I think I see Supervisor Alejo.
Perfect, Supervisor Alejo.
Yeah, no problem. Let's see here. I just wanted to comment, Eric, thank you for your leadership, and thank you for all the work and the circling in with the different stakeholders in Monterey County. It's critical. And without you, I don't think a lot of the work that's ahead of us can be accomplished. But I know we have a lot of other brilliant minds to help us navigate through what is kind of an uncharted territory. When I talk to CSAC partners and other counties, there's not too many counties who have figured this out yet. And I think with the different options that you're asking us to expand and perhaps look at and bring back in July, I'm totally good with that. I'm trying to find what's the best model to get the work done moving forward, with perhaps a record number of funding coming to us or being made available to us. I think I'm good with that. But I did share with Eric and his team that there was some language that's being negotiated. I mean, next Tuesday, a week from today, the budget will be voted upon, and we do not yet know whether the $7 billion broadband package will be included, or whether it will be likely get pushed off till August or till September 10th, which is the last day of the legislative session. But just the governor has a proposal, and then the legislature has their own proposal. But the legislature does seem to be looking and eyeing specific language for empowering joint powers authority. The language in the broadband trailer bill language, there isn't too many details. There's only like 2 pages worth, but there is a provision that says that it would permit a joint powers entity to issue revenue bonds for the deployment of broadband infrastructure and to utilize the loan loss reserve fund in the state. There was another good provision that also streamlined CEQA permitting for broadband projects. I think that was a critical piece that's going to be important for even us locally. And then the other language on JPAs, it also says adds that a county and joint powers authority as a local agency is authorized to provide broadband internet access services to existing definitions of the public broadband service. I just point that out only because there seems to be language really aiming to empower JPAs to be able to do some of this work locally. So whether it's the JPA or this other board with the ultimate power given to the Board of Supervisors, I think we're at an early enough stage where we haven't got a lot of details yet from the state. It might take even longer than July, but at this point is to allow our staff to, be able to do more of that research and bring back perhaps a variety of recommendations of models that we could use to carry out the critical work on broadband infrastructure and broadband internet affordability for our county residents. So I'd be supportive, and if that's a suggested motion, Eric, I would make that motion that we approve your suggestions to give you a broader ability to bring back recommendations to us in July.
Yes, that would be great. Thank you, Supervisor Lejo.
So I'd make that motion, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Madam Chair, I'd second that, and if okay, I'd like to make some comments.
Please proceed, Supervisor Lopez.
I just want to thank Eric for starting down this path. I know that there's still a lot of movement at the state level, but I know that for me, looking at the discussions happening up there, we really want to make sure that we get as much local control as possible to make sure that organizations like these JPAs can make these decisions around these funds. So as we continue to advocate through our different statewide organizations, RCRC, CSAC, and different caucuses that we participate in, and just encourage folks to use your voice now, because these discussions, as Supervisor Lejo said, are happening as we speak at the state level, and making sure that we're heard and that we have the control and ability to address the needs of our communities as we see them and know them best, I think is critically important. This was part of my conversation with some folks last night in San Lucas about the additional needs for our rural communities, and that middle mile extension getting further south, right where it's pretty much stuck right now in Soledad, as well as getting some of the pop stations that Eric talked about in the budget process further out into our rural communities is critical. And so having that ability, I think, is going to be largely dependent on the funding availability that comes out of the state. So continuing to advocate in the coming 10 days, and to the extent possible, is just encouraged, not just for us, but also for the community listening and watching this with an interest in seeing additional connectivity throughout our entire region. So with that, I'm happy to provide the second. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Supervisor Phillips.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I will support the motion. Thank you, Eric, because this is needed, but especially in our county, I mean, we have such a diverse in geographically and every other way, in such a large community like this, and so many pockets that exist that don't have adequate broadband, that this is critical that our county be at the forefront of this. So I appreciate, I'm glad to support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you.
Supervisor Adams.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Chair. I'm glad I got the seat warm for you. I was glad to see when we had the budget discussions last week that we were all supportive of broadband expansion throughout the county. And I know that there are many underserved and underrepresented and low-income communities in Monterey County that need broadband expansion, and I support addressing those needs unequivocally. There are also some residents in my district that may not fall within those categories, but are still in need of broadband expansion because of their remote locations. Examples are like Kashawa, way out in the Carmel Valley, and Big Sur. And when broadband is expanded, visitors and residents alike will have more ability to use Wi-Fi to call for emergency services when in more remote locations with no cell coverage, like Big Sur as an example. And I know that's very important to many of us because we've lost lives from people not being able to access emergency services because of no cell coverage. I will continue to uphold the public safety benefits and necessity of broadband throughout the entire county as we move through these discussions, and I'm very thankful that we have Eric at the helm to help us navigate these waters. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, and I'm happy to support the motion as well. I'm open to, I think if there's structures, it's important that we look at all the different structures that could be available for governance. And I am appreciative to Supervisor Alejo for getting us started with planning so that we can be best positioned to take advantage of any and all revenue or resources that are we expect to be coming from the state or feds. So with that, I'll take it out to public comment. Is there any public comment on this item number 24, our board referral to create a Monterey County Broadband Joint Powers Authority? Seeing no hands raised, I'll bring it back to the board. Supervisor Alejo, you have your hand raised. Is that for additional
Madam Chair,
comment?
I didn't want to say though that in the referral it includes the underserved and unserved. So those are those areas that don't have that connectivity, that don't have that infrastructure in our county. So I just wanted to address Supervisor Adams' concern that they are those areas she mentioned are included. But I did want to mention though, we're not going to be able to do this work if the funding doesn't get through. And right now there is a lot of opposition from the incumbent ISPs. The current providers, many of them have monopolies in many areas in our county. They don't want to let go of that grip. You know, when there's competition, it drives prices down, it gives consumers more options, and it makes the service more affordable to our lower income residents. So that's why this next week it's imperative, is a big push by CSAC to encourage the leadership in the Senate with President Pro Tem Atkins and Speaker Rendon. I reached out last Wednesday to Speaker Rendon directly to urge that he allow this package that the governor has proposed to move forward. So we are in communication with some of our leadership, but I think with this, it's letting our residents know that we're not sitting back. We are moving forward. We're trying to make preparations to be able to draw down funding and carry out the work and the projects that are needed to address this this problem of the digital divide in Monterey County. I was contacted by other supervisors in neighboring counties, even asking could they perhaps join our JPA if we form one. But I know that even our JPA, there's so much work just to do in our county. It's hard to start looking at broadening to other counties. But nonetheless, at a future point, hopefully we collaborate with perhaps other JPAs that form to serve our neighbors as well. But I just want to let you know that there's interest from other counties to see what we're doing and hopefully replicate similar efforts in their respective areas.
Thank you. With that, we'll do, I'm sorry, Supervisor Lopez, final comment?
Yeah, Supervisor Alejo, I'm wondering, what do you think about the idea of including as part of this motion a letter to our legislators supporting the governor's proposal for broadband?
Yes, it's a good point, and we just brought that up with our legislative team, and that went out, I think, last Thursday, Supervisor Lopez.
All right, I haven't seen that one yet. I just thought it'd be good to do that here, so the public knows where we stand. All right.
He's always ahead of us, so.
Thank you, but yeah, it got done.
It's good. I think we're all definitely on the same page on this one. With that, we'll take a roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Alejo?
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips?
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez?
Aye.
Supervisor Adams,
Aye.
and Chair Supervisor Askew.
Aye. Thank you. The motion carries. Do we need a break for IT at this point? It's 3:47. Are they good or? Okay, we need a 5-minute break so they can switch out the roll. Bear with us. We'll reconvene at 4:50, so don't go far. We'll be right back. All right, paging IT. Is our tape switched out? Are we ready? Thumbs up. All right, I got you. We got you. All right, we're going to go ahead and continue with item number 20. Oh, are we ready, Semi? Sorry. I'm just like raring to go. We're going to continue with item number 25, which is to consider adopting an ordinance to continue prohibiting parking at all times on the east side of State Highway 1 from the center line of the Point Lobos State Park entrance northerly for a distance of 1,800 feet, and from the center line of the Point Lobos State Park entrance southerly for a distance of 1,800 feet in the unincorporated Monterey County. I'd like to welcome Chad Aliano, a senior civil engineer with the county, to give us a brief presentation on this issue. Thank you for joining us today, Chad.
You're welcome. Good afternoon, Chair, members of the board. Chad Aliano, senior civil engineer with Monterey County Department of Public Works Facilities and Parks. Here to present to you for your consideration an ordinance to continue the no parking as mentioned along Highway 1 in the Point Lobos area. If I may share my screen.
You should have permission. I'll let you know when we see it pop up here. Yep, we've got your PowerPoint.
Great.
Perfect.
So what I'll be presenting again is the no parking ordinance along this area of Highway 1 in the Point Lobos area. I'll be covering the background of the situation and the benefits of the ordinance to continue the no parking. The area in question is this portion of Highway 1 along the Point Lobos entrance, again on the east side of the highway. These photos here show the area that we're focusing on. These are some photos from before the previous ordinance was enacted, showing the area where folks were parking on the east side. There's an individual here. I don't know if you can see it on the screen, but you have folks crossing Highway 1 to get to the side of the park. This is looking south of the Point Lobos driveway. This ordinance was introduced at the May 25th board meeting, again, to continue the existing no parking on the east side of Highway 1. The initial ordinance was enacted per Ordinance 5307 by the board in 2019, establishing a 2-year trial period for this no parking area, primarily to address public safety. The 2-year period was intended to provide a trial period to evaluate the effectiveness of the parking restriction to see if there would be any potential adverse effects to attendance at the Point Lobos Reserve. Again, the primary concern here is safety. Pedestrians crossing the highway, unsafe turn movements from vehicles trying to find parking along the side of the highway, and access constraints for emergency responders. An example of that is, as we can see, it's a 2-lane section of highway out here. If vehicles are parked on both sides of the highway, there isn't much room for emergency vehicles to get through. By providing that clear shoulder area, there's opportunity for motorists to pull off to the side of the road to let emergency vehicles through as required by the vehicle code, or for them to move along the shoulder area to get to their destinations. This is primarily a big concern because with the upcoming summer season, a lot of visitors are heading towards this area, as many may have observed during this past Memorial Day weekend. County has received support from multiple agencies, as noted below, in support of the permanent no parking in this area of Highway 1. Just this morning, we received additional correspondence also in support of the no parking from state parks, as well as other regional parks districts and emergency responders. We also received concerns from the California Coastal Commission, specifically related to displacement of public parking, potential adverse impacts to public access, and the need for a coastal development permit. One of the things we did in just last week was met with the Coastal Commission staff to help provide additional information that might help them better understand what we're trying to do here, specific to their concerns. The meeting we had last week included members of the Coastal Commission, county staff, Point Lobos Foundation, Big Sur Byway Organization, and Caltrans, again, to help provide some additional information that explains our action today. Specific to the displacement of public parking, currently there is no parking allowed on that side of the highway, so there is no additional parking being displaced. From correspondence with the Point Lobos Foundation themselves, attendance has been very, very good. The displacement or the parking restriction has not had any adverse effects on attendance and visitorship to the reserve. There is also an existing coastal development permit that was approved by the Monterey County Zoning Administrator in May of 2019 related to the previous ordinance for the 2-year trial period. One of the things we wanted to emphasize to the group was that continuing this parking prohibition is primarily a safety measure, while big picture parking management plans are being developed. And continuing this parking prohibition is just one component of the overall management of parking, traffic, and safety in the area. Related to safety and parking management, again, one of the main reasons for a 2-year trial period was to evaluate the effectiveness of a parking prohibition. Staff reviewed collision data, and during this 2-year period, there were no reported pedestrian-related collisions in this area, which demonstrates to staff that the parking prohibition has been successful. So as also noted at our meeting with Coastal Commission, there are no plans to restore on-street parking on that east side of Highway 1, again, primarily because of the safety concerns. One of the questions that came up during the meeting we had with Coastal Commission was the need for an overall traffic management plan. Just recently, the Carmel Area State Parks General Plan was approved at the May 21st, 2021 California State Parks Commission meeting. The general plan contains goals, guidelines, and strategies promoting parking management for the Carmel area parks. Also in attendance at our meeting was representatives of the Park It initiative. Park It initiative is a project that incorporates the use of the Marathon Flats area over there at the southeasterly corner of Highway 1 and Rio Road to serve as a transportation hub intended to provide parking opportunities for visitors in the area, as well as a proposed shuttle service that would bring folks in and out of the Point Lobos Reserve area and provide a safe, accessible parking location. And this project is actually moving pretty far forward. Just in fact, at last week's board meetings, the board provided direction to county staff to include funding in the fiscal year 22 budget to help support the proposed Park It program, which will help advance this effort to provide parking and access resources that the Coastal Commission is interested in. This proposed ordinance would continue the current parking prohibition on the east side of Highway 1 and continue promoting safety for pedestrians, residents, and motorists and other users of the roadway. A lot of the support letters we got was from residents that live generally south of this area, and the concern for the residents is that they pass through this area on a daily basis, and with the removal of the parking on the east side, it eliminates potential conflicts of vehicles pulling out unexpectedly or additional pedestrians walking in the area that pose risks to both the pedestrians and motorists that travel through. And again, the benefits of this ordinance will continue the enhanced access for emergency responders. One thing we did again want to emphasize is that this is primarily a safety action, while the overall big picture parking management plan continues forward, working through the Park It folks and the other partners in the area to develop a cohesive, holistic parking management plan, something that the Coastal Commission desires to see. This concludes my presentation. I'm available if you have any questions or comments.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Chad, for
and I will stop. You're welcome, and I'll stop sharing my screen at this time.
Wonderful. I will bring it back to our board for comments and questions. Supervisor Adams, this is a District 5 primarily issue. Would you like to start us off with comments?
Certainly, I'm looking forward to the public comment as well, but I just wanted to expand a little bit on the Coastal Commission's comments. After they also stated to us that they had a better understanding of the efforts underway to ensure public access is retained and enhanced, and felt more comfortable that significant progress has been made in that in the last couple of years. And I think that that's really important. I also want to say that when we had this discussion, 2 years ago, 2019, I took the concerns about public access very seriously from my colleagues. And over the last couple of years, we've worked with other agencies and groups to address these concerns. Example, we have worked with Caltrans to develop their transportation demand management plan that covers State Route 1 from Carmel River all the way into San Luis Obispo County. We've had meetings with the Coastal Commission regularly, and Caltrans has made it clear that they will support a permanent ban when they issue their encroachment permit. It's consistent with their transportation demand management plan. State Parks has taken a huge step forward with the adoption of their Carmel area State Parks general plan just a few weeks ago, and as part of that, the Commission has approved the parking reservation and shuttle proposals that have been brought forward. And in fact, as Chad had indicated in his comments, that the board provided $25,000 to the Parker program. That money, my hope, will be able to be used for providing free shuttle service to those people who need to have free shuttle service. So I just did want to underscore the importance of our understanding and the Coastal Commission's support of ensuring that we have access to all of the state parks. In fact, this project will allow for additional access to the state parks because it will allow access into Palo Corona and make it easier for people to get to the new regional park that will be I think they're calling it the Point Lobos Ranch. So I think it's really going to be a great progress. And having no parking on Highway 1 at that point is just absolutely critical. Thank you.
We do have some public comment. I was just going to check in with Supervisor Alejo. I know you had some concerns originally about access. Did you want to weigh in with any comments before we go to public comment?
No, Madam Chair, I think this is about trying to find that right balance of providing access to our residents and also the safety. And I think we got to a good place, and this is just expanding our previous action. So I'm good with it. Thank you.
Fabulous. All right. So with that, let's take, I do see Supervisor John Phillips. We'll pass it to you for comment before we go to public comment.
Yeah, I'll support the motion. I've been through that area and have witnessed personally the problems that were created in, and I'd have to support this, or Supervisor Adams would probably shoot me. So.
Thank God they don't allow guns in the room.
No shooting allowed. We're not doing that. But okay, thank you for your comments. Let's take it out to public comment. We have a handful of hands raised. We'll start with Kathleen Lee. Hi, Kathleen. Thank you for joining us today.
Chair Askew, thank you so much for allowing public comment and for working with us to bring this item forward, and to Supervisor Adams for your leadership on this issue. I did want to just speak to public access concerns as Executive Director of the Point Lobos Foundation. One of our core missions is, of course, to help bring people to enjoy Point Lobos State Natural Reserve, but also make sure that we're providing public access for our school children and youth from throughout Monterey County, especially our Title I, including those in the Salinas Valley. So for us, this particular piece is really a safety issue. It's less than a mile but it really does help provide a safe way to enter and exit the reserve, and then also for state parks employees to be able to cross between the highway there. This east side parking is part of an overall traffic and parking management discussion that we're having with Park It, and thank you also for your support of the Park It program. We are working to secure grant funding as part of the Park It program to provide free or low cost shuttle services for the underserved communities. And I have done a fair bit of work with our California State Parks Director, our Director Quintero, about making sure that California State Parks are free and open to all. So that's a longer effort. But for this, it really is, I do want to emphasize, there's only 150 parking spaces within the reserve. There's over 300 parking spaces on the west side of the highway where folks can just go ahead and walk into the reserve for free. And in terms of the pandemic and the effects on the reserve of the pandemic, we've seen visitorship, as I'm sure the county has in your county parks, just exponentially increase. People really have flocked to the outdoors as a way to balance physical and mental health challenges. So in 2017 and 18, we had an average of 1,000 individuals park within the reserve and 2,500 to 4,500 walk into the reserve. And those numbers have exponentially grown here in 2021. So we still have plenty of access. I would encourage the board to strongly support this effort and look forward to working with you as a partner in the Park It program. Thank you for your attention today.
Thank you so much, Kate, for joining, or Kathleen, for joining us today, and for your comments and for your work to make our parks open and accessible to the public. Next, we have Rachel Saunders from the Big Sur Land Trust.
Good afternoon, supervisors. It's been a long day, so we appreciate your attention to this item at the end of the day. My name is Rachel Saunders, and I'm here on behalf of Big Sur Land Trust to urge you to make permanent the current no parking restriction on the east side of the highway near Point Lobos. As has been noted, while affecting less than a mile, this critical parking ban is vital to public safety and emergency transit, while importantly not affecting public access to the park. This ban is also a key ingredient, as you've heard, of a larger effort spearheaded by the Park It Initiative, which is a public-private partnership that includes the Land Trust, the Point Lobos Foundation, the Big Sur Marathon Foundation, and state and regional park agencies, who together have invested over $200,000 in planning an alternative parking area at Marathon Flats and a shuttle system specifically to help enhance public access to parklands. We appreciate the county's investment in the Park It Initiative as well, so thank you for that. The Carmel Area State Parks General Plan that was just adopted by the California State Parks Commission endorses this approach, as you've heard. And I'd also note that a permanent parking ban would also be consistent with the Carmel Area Land Use Plan, which states that, quote, parking along the highway shoulders in the vicinity of major recreational areas shall be discouraged due to pedestrian and traffic hazards. We appreciate the trial period, which has been by all measures successful, so thank you. And we respectfully ask you now to make the ban permanent. Thank you so much.
Thank you for joining us this afternoon, Rachel. Next up, we have Martha Deal. Martha, we'll give you permission to unmute your microphone. Thank you for sharing your thoughts with us today.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, the Board of Supervisors, for taking up this important issue. My name is Martha Deal. I'm speaking today on behalf of the Big Sur Byways organization. As you know, the board established this to promote and protect the interests that create the scenic byway as the national and international attraction that it is, and to continue to ensure that we have a continued safe and efficient operation of State Route 1 through the length of the corridor. This has been a wonderful opportunity for our group to engage with all of the various efforts that have been energized around this issue. And so we appreciate all learning about all the different energy that's been going into trying to resolve this issue of balancing access and safety up and down the corridor. This is a great first step and a good example for other issues that face us throughout Highway 1. Our group was able to convene a very robust discussion of these issues, and almost without exception, and the only exception being the Coastal Commission's concerns with respect to access, all of those involved supported continuing this ban for all the reasons you've heard enumerated today, and our group voted to endorse that recommendation and hope that you all will do that as well. I just want to take one moment to speak personally about one of the things that I really appreciate about watching the pilot program in action, as all of the people who are parking along the west side of the road leave their parking places and need to turn around. They do this with U-turns in this section of the road quite frequently. And if you have people parked on the east side, there's no place for them to pull off the road during that evolution. And that has been something that really has made it more possible to avoid running into them. And I personally experienced that on at least 3 different occasions. And I appreciate the fact that they have a place to go to more than I can say on a personal level. So appreciate all your time and effort. I hope that you will continue to support this ban and all of the other efforts moving forward to help us manage visitation and safety in this issue, in this area. Thank you.
Thank you, Martha, for your comments and for joining us this afternoon. Next up, we have Monta Potter. Monta, thank you for joining us. We've unmuted you. You'll need to unmute, and we'd love to hear your thoughts.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and Supervisors. My name is Monta Potter. It's been my privilege to work as the project coordinator for Park It with all of these organizations and park agencies. And we're working really hard on the idea of replacement parking. So thank you for your support as part of the budget hearings. I urge you to approve the permanent ban on parking on the east side of the highway. The pilot project has been successful, and I can't think of a reason that parking would be put back on the east side. Park It is working diligently to get a parking lot at Marathon Flats and maybe in the future across from Point Lobos. The ordinance primary success has been safety, preventing pedestrians from running across Highway 1, including strollers, wheelchairs, and coolers. With parking on only one side, vehicles are able to move over for the passage of emergency vehicles, which has the support of CAL FIRE and law enforcement agencies. There are fewer U-turns in the middle of the road, less accidents, and less traffic slowdowns. Additionally, traffic safety is improved when residents and state park staff want to enter the highway from Red Wolf Drive, which is within this 3,600 feet we're talking about. I think you've gotten the message on safety, and I thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for joining us, and thank you for your comments. Next up, we have Rafael Payan. Honored to have you join us today, Rafael.
Good afternoon. Thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you for your time, the opportunity to speak. Madam Chair, members of the board, public, and certainly staff, we urge you strongly to support staff's recommendation to continue and actually make permanent the ban on parking on the east side of Highway 1. Certainly as a matter of public safety, this is a key item. But again, to one of the board members a few minutes ago brought up the issue of public access and making the parks more accessible. The Park District in partnership and as part of the Park It initiative, along with our other partners in the community, are trying to seek ways to make our parks more accessible and safely so with reducing traffic congestion. One of them is to provide a shuttle system. And along those lines, what we're looking at doing is expanding the program to provide a shuttle system that creates a scholarship, for schools so that school children can actually visit these wonderful places. And although that MPRPD would be sponsoring that scholarship, we are not limiting access just to our parks. We recognize that places like Point Lobos are incredibly important and that every child in this region should at some point in time have an opportunity to visit an important place like the Point Lobos Natural Reserve, the aquarium, and other treasures in our region. Thank you so very much. And again, we thank you for supporting staff's recommendation.
Right, thank you. I know we're not supposed to engage with comments, but I couldn't help but cheering for that last bit of news you shared with us. Is there any other public comment on this item? I'm looking in our chambers. We don't have anyone, and I'm looking on Zoom. I don't see any additional hands raised. I will bring it back to my colleagues on the board. Supervisor, so I'm going to go to Supervisor Lopez, and then we'll come back to Supervisor Adams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, just looking at, the proposal today, I know last time I had some major concerns, and they were mostly based around the rhetoric. I think last time of the park's overused, we need to reduce visitorship. That's not part of the proposal this time, and I appreciate Supervisor Adams's work to help make sure that, that as we move forward, we're really focused on making sure that our parks are the type of place that people want to visit, that they're the type of place that are places that are safe to visit with the systems in place to allow them to encourage to visit them responsibly and safely. And so I do appreciate the change in tone this time from the last time we had the conversation, and I'm prepared to support staff's proposal today, given the trajectory, the partners on board, and do think that we've made a lot of progress in terms of where we're headed. And so I want to thank everybody for the work that they've put in over the last couple of years, especially with the COVID year. A lot of folks are looking to get back outdoors this summer, and making sure that folks are kept safe in light of that situation is critically key. And so I want to thank folks from Big Sur Lion Trust, Supervisor Adams, and all the emergency partners who've helped out in making sure that this is now ready to go as a full-time project. Thank you.
Supervisor Adams.
Thank you. Thank you, Supervisor Lopez. And I'm looking forward and excited to be able to make the motion to, when it's appropriate, to move approval of the staff recommendation for a permanent ban. And this action by the county, that was my motion. But just to say, this action by the county today is only one piece of a much larger picture for ensuring public access to all of the open spaces from Carmel River State Beach to Point Lobos. And my hope is continuing straight on down the line. So thank you, and I'm very happy to be able to make the motion to approve this permanent ban.
I'll second that. Oh, we got a second. Who is that from?
Supervisor Phillips.
Okay, Phillips, thank you. We'll take a second from Phillips, and I'll go to Supervisor Alejo next.
No, I wanted to echo Supervisor Lopez's comments. I think we both had raised concerns just about public's access to this gem of a park in our county. And I'm glad Supervisor Adams pointed that out. And also Kathleen Lee, I wanted to really thank her for her comments and her recognition. I think all our park partners realize how important this is, especially for our lower income residents. When there's less space and less accessibility, it hurts those residents the most. But I think the goal is to make sure that we're keeping folks safe, but at the same time, with the goal of keeping access for all our county residents. So with that, I'll be supportive of the motion. Thank you.
Lovely. All right, Supervisor Adams.
Thank you. I get so caught up with all of this that I forget my thank yous. And there are so many people who have worked on this, and I just really appreciate all of the efforts from State Parks to CAL FIRE to Park It to Big Sur Land Trust to my own staff who really put in a whole lot of work on this. There are just numerous people that I could say thank you to. And for those whose names I did not mention, please know how much I appreciate the work that you've done to ensure that this happens. It's in the benefit of all of us. Thank you very much.
Excellent. We have a motion from Supervisor Adams, a second, I believe, from Supervisor Phillips. We've gone out to public comment, and we will take a roll call vote.
Supervisor Alejo?
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips?
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez?
Aye.
Supervisor Adams?
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Askew.
Aye. With that, the motion carries. And again, thanks to everyone for all of the work that went into this project and action today. Is there a readout from closed session by County Council?
There's no reportable action today, Chair.
Okay. And before we adjourn, I would just like to thank again Vice Chair Adams for stepping in for me today. For all of those out there in this world that are managing painful life circumstances, my heart goes out to you. I think we're all doing our best to get through the day, and it always helps to have phenomenal colleagues who you can rely on. So thank you, Supervisor Adams, for stepping in for me today.
A pleasure.
And I believe we have an adjourn in memory of Loretta Fisher. Would you like to make some comments for us and end our meeting today?
Yes, thank you so much. Our community and indeed our country and our world has really lost a wonderful person in Loretta Fisher, who died at 98 years old after a healthy and well-lived life. She was born to missionary parents in rural India, where she learned early to value other cultures and different ways of life. She met her husband Glenn while he was earning a PhD in cultural anthropology, and she was earning her what they call PHT, putting hubby through. They worked together to direct Quaker work camps in rural Mexico with Peace Corps type projects to help economic and social development. From 1957 to 1969, Glenn joined the U.S. Foreign Service, and Loretta became part of the team to contribute to international understanding in posts in Venezuela, the Philippines, and Bolivia. While in Washington, Loretta considered herself to be a professional volunteer, used her expertise and work ethic and dedication for such causes as world peace, women's rights, refugee resettlement, and farm worker conditions. She worked for the Overseas Education Fund, Maryland Fair Housing, and helping refugees. After moving to Monterey, Loretta continued her activism and organization work. She served as president of the League of Women Voters twice, the United Nations Association, and the Democratic Women's Club. She was a board member of the World Affairs Council, Friends of the Library, and Planned Parenthood. She volunteered her time in numerous ways in committees for the Unitarian Church, including the iHelp program, and collected petitions for the Death with Dignity and other community causes. She will be deeply missed by her children and those who knew her. She truly wanted to make the world a better place and to bring out the best in everyone she met. In the end, she felt content that she had done her part to do just that. She was a marvelous woman with a terrific laugh and a great spirit. And indeed, we have lost a lovely and wonderful person in our community, Loretta Fisher. Thank you.
And with that, we will adjourn in her memory. We'll be back here next Tuesday and look forward to seeing everyone then. Thank you.